What did I do?
All right, we are live. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
How
I
are
have
you?
my book, but I forgot because I want to annotate this. At least put some sticky tabs,
Stickies.
and I lost them. I don't know where they are. So
Oh
that's a
no.
great way to start the life. But hey, that way you can see what I'm gonna read, right? Which is so it's the sequel to The Serpents and the Wings of Night. I swear these titles are so bad. It's so much, right? Why the Ashes in the Starkers King? It's just I guess nobody's gonna have a title like you with this much. I mean, I guess. But like they're a mouthful. And I see that you have a little bit strange something like on your under. What are you gonna read, Angela?
Oh, fabulous question. And if anyone else is here and wants to share what they are currently reading, please let us know.
Mhm.
So, long story short, the last time I opened a mystery book, we opened two books because I couldn't get the Lies of Locke Lamora at my library right away.
Mhm.
And then, so I requested the Lies of Locke Lamora and the Blade itself at the same time. Now, they both came through the library at the same time. And
Ooh.
so I read the Blade itself, but I did not get to read the Lies of Locke Lamora before it pinged back to the library. So
Mm.
I have another hold on the Lies of Locke Lamora.
That's okay. I think it's fair because it's hard. Also, like the Bleed itself is not a book that you can read really quickly anyway.
Yeah, no, I
Uh,
mean it was kind of a commitment. It was definitely one of the more intimidating books on my TBR too, because I just didn't know if I was gonna like it. So
I'm
I don't read a
surprised.
lot of male authors. I don't read a lot of grimdark fantasy. I don't
Mhm.
read all that many like tomes over 500
Yeah.
pages, right? So like all of these things kind of stack against the book. So that means that this time
Ooh.
we've got two. Um,
Oh,
that's
Maria,
right,
that's
Maria. Well, Maria,
so
update me on
funny.
whether you
So
eventually
funny. I
read
just love
it.
it.
Atlas is like very needy right now. He like desperately wants to be pet. He does not like that my two hands are holding two books instead of petting him.
So, question: do you want to choose, or do you want somebody? Because Maria is there, so she could
Maria could
tell
choose
you.
for
Also,
me.
she could have the choices.
So here's my thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Whichever one we don't pick this Atlas, whichever one we don't pick this time,
Yeah.
next time that I'm going to choose a book, I'm not going to just choose a book, right? I'm going to live stream from downstairs, turning all my books around and fixing my bookshelf and trying to
Oh
guess what
yes.
the mystery book is. So, also in the back of my mind, I'm like, which one do I think I could maybe guess
Mm-hmm.
easier? And I think this one, the slightly bigger one, I think I would be more able to
Uh
figure
huh.
out what this one is.
Okay.
Um, Whereas the slightly smaller one, I think I would be less able to
Mm.
figure it out. So I think
Also, it's
maybe the question is, do we want Angela to have a big challenge or do we want Angela to have a small challenge when she's turning around her bookshelf?
I think the big one. I know what it is. I remember what I put in there.
I have some ideas of what it might be. This is kind of fun. Ideas that come to mind. And Maria, if you have an opinion on whether you want to watch me struggle or watch me sail through next time, leave that in the chat.
Mhm.
But so the big one, I think this might be. Here are my like top three. It might be Rage of Dragons. It might be. I'm trying not to look at your face. It might be City of Brass. Um, it might be Malice
Uh,
by John Gwynne. Those are the top three that come to mind, but I could
mhm.
also be like totally off base and it might be none of those. But those are my top three guesses. Don't say anything, Clementine. Don't react.
No.
This one is like a much more averagely sized book, which makes it way harder because I just have no idea what this is. It might be like Devil in the Dark Water if you were maybe trying to knock that off of my TBR
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. Like it's about that size,
Mm.
but I'm kind of at a loss.
I don't remember either, to be honest. So,
So I don't see any opinions in the chat. So Clementine, Which one do you want me to do the one that you know so that next week is a mystery for us both?
Yes, I think that would be funny because that would be as much as a challenge for me as for you to remember
Yes.
what it was.
All right.
Yes,
Future Angela
Mary
can
is
do
right.
that.
Mary is
Future
doing the
Angela can
same.
struggle. I vote to go easier for current Angela. All right. Future Angela can. Oh, look. I was right. I am not surprised that it's Rage of Dragons. This is actually a previous DNF.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I didn't know.
I read a couple chapters and I wasn't hating it, but I also just like wasn't immediately into it. I did hear there's a
Okay.
pretty good training montage in the middle of this, and that a lot of it's like him getting better, and I do love
Yeah.
that in fantasy books. So
The
I
only
think it has
problem is
a high-ish likelihood of success.
I was checking again, and it's again a book that is can be hard to get from the
It
library. I guess
certainly
it
might
depends.
be. And I'll check Hoopla and I'll check all the places, and
Yeah.
we will see. Um, if I can't find it, I will continue reading Buried Deep by Naomi Novik, and I will work on my. Yeah, so earliest I can get it from one of my libraries is 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Wait, but let me
That's what I
check
would say.
Hoopla. Um, I also have an Agatha Christie out right now, so I might work on that.
Maria, I think you have a good it's a good plan. Because like I do think you should give it a good shot when you can read it and just DNF again if it's not working. I think you have a potential also to like it because I've heard that it's pretty also like plot driven, with a good training. A lot of people were saying that also the training, it's not like the main character is good from the get-go. You really like
Mhm.
see like um the progression. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I am not seeing it available in any of the ways that I.
It might be also that a lot of people, because I know The Rage of Dragons was published quite a few years ago, right? And after that, the second book came out like a year or two later. But then he took a hiatus, for personal, life reasons and everything. So it's has taken a long turn. I
Is
think
it
it was.
supposed to be a trilogy? Is it supposed to be how many? Do you know how many it's supposed to be?
I think there's at least a third book, and it's finally been announced. I think with a release date, if I'm correct. Let's check. So I don't want to be wrong about it, but it's at least 3 books. Oh no, 4 books actually.
Okay.
But the next one is in 2025, so next year. And I'm assuming also now that he's restarted, really that he is planning and writing the other books, right? Oh, Maria, that is exciting. We can hope pick you in the middle of
Give
two
them give
books.
some thoughts.
Ooh, both are slower going. Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, we can help. I mean, I'm in the middle of like what, at least 3 books right now, so you're good.
I guess we need to know what Maria needs, right? Like,
Yes.
does Maria need us to encourage her to focus
Yeah.
on her books, or does Maria need us to give her permission to not focus on her books? I think either one of them is a fine choice.
Because I'm currently going for escapist read, right? Because I haven't actually made progress on Ashes of the Sun from last week. But physically reading right now, after all the grading I've done, is just too much. I think, having an audiobook where I can crochet and I know the world also, so it's a sequel, right, in a world I already know, is just perfect.
Yeah. Well, I kind of similarly, um, last night I was just last yesterday was just a very long day, so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel like I could really work on my book of short stories that I was reading, Buried Deep. So instead, I checked out from the library a reread of a book that I love, which is
Mm-hmm.
Beauty by Robin McKinley. and it was great. It was perfect. It was exactly what you were talking about. Just like a low stakes, like easy to follow. I already know the story, so it was very straightforward. It was also relatively short. So maybe what we could encourage, Maria, is if you're going to pick an escapist read, maybe pick something kind of short so that you can go back to your more obligation reads later.
Question, Maria, because you mentioned that only one of your 2 current reads is a buddy read. So I guess the question we should ask you is, are you on time with your buddy read, or are you late compared to the other person or people that are reading? Because if you're on time, then just, have fun and read like a short book, like Angela's saying. If you really need to because you're late with respect to the other person, that just, we can help you and tell you, oh, at least read like 1 or 2 sprints and then you can read whatever you want after or something, right? But the other read, also the second book that you're in the middle of, if you don't feel like it and it's not a buddy read, just, you don't have to read it right away.
Yeah.
That's my take, but
no, I think that's a good one. Also, Maria, we do have several different sprints tonight, right? Usually we do like 3 or 4. Yep. So if you're feeling like, thinking about reading this like long, slow book for 4 sprints, if that feels too overwhelming or like not fun for you, maybe say, okay, I'm going to do like one of my slower books for the first sprint, but then I'm going to give myself permission to read an escapist one for the second one or something.
Yeah.
And I just started yesterday. I feel like 50 pages is pretty good.
I think 50 pages is a good progress. And also, you guys just started. So you can just say, I just got 50 pages in and didn't read too much. And you don't have to say more. Right? You're good. If you
send her the link to this. Get her to log on. You guys can support each other as you read. Oh, Maria, do you mind if we ask what book it is? What books are we struggling to get into? Yes. Because if we know it, then maybe we can help.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Also, Scorpio is there, so she can also wage in.
Yeah.
Hi, Scorpio. The short story White Nights by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Oh, okay. I don't know how big it is compared to, because like I've only ever heard of the huge novels from Dostoevsky. So I hope that you can read it tonight, right? That would be fun.
Yes, we love a celebrate. Oh, I didn't research about whether we could get effects. We need confetti.
Oh. Hang on, now I want to buddy read Sword Crossed with Maria. Why do I want to ditch my 3rd book? No, but like I just got this book. It's brand new and I loved the series before from this author, so I do want to read it, but yeah.
Not an invitation. Oh no, Clementine, do you have space and or time for another commitment right now?
Yeah, no. I mean, okay, I will, Maria. Okay, I will join you, but I will start it tomorrow. Okay, if that's okay with you, because I do feel like tonight I cannot unless I cannot get it via audio. But otherwise I cannot read physically tonight. I just my eyes are really tired. I need to rest my eyes a little bit.
Atlas, do you have a
but that's exciting.
At least the allergies are getting to him.
The other one is Blood of the Sands, Indy Fanro. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean the other one, if it's slow paced, that's totally fine, right? So I think, you can just let's see. Yeah. I think you can read a 3rd book if you want us to tell you that you have to read Sword Cross, but if I'm joining you guys for a buddy read, then no, take it slow so I can join you tomorrow. Right.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I even looked on Everand, and Rage of Dragons isn't on there either. So
Uh-huh.
I am firmly in the, just reading some short stories
Mhm.
oh
Yeah,
situation.
also you were enjoying, I know we talked together, you know, during this past weekend and everything, and you said that you did enjoy the short stories that you were reading from this
Yes.
collection. So
And I was. My favorite one was called Seven. So if anyone has the opportunity to pick up Buried Deep, and if you just want to go to the chapter
Mhm.
called Seven and read Seven, then highly recommend. It was great. I think the rest of the short stories are fun and good. I just, and this is something we've talked about before as um, as a critique of short stories,
Mhm.
which is it's just hard to like get into a new
Yeah.
story over and over and over again. And so I think I'm kind of feeling that a little bit, where
Mhm.
I'm getting a little bit of that fatigue. I'm in the last one, two. I have 4 stories left.
So
So
you can also like restart another book if you wanted, or like if you're
that's
not
what I did. I started and finished another book.
well, I mean, you can
Last
still
night.
start like one. Okay, like we said, right? We're gonna have 3, 4 sprints at least, right? So
Mhm.
like you can like start another book, right? Then read at least a short story for the next, or like read a short story for this sprint while you're choosing a next book, right?
Mhm.
And then reward yourself because you read a short story and you read, the other book. And
I've
then you
already
can like,
started 2.
switch between, right? If you
Yeah.
want. I
Yeah,
think
I
that's a good
might
plan.
alternate. I have Death in the Clouds by Agatha Christie that I've already started, and I have The Enigma of Room 622 that I've already borrowed and started. So this is the eternal
Uh-huh.
problem of being Angela, which is I start a whole bunch, and then if they're not interesting, I just never go back to them, and I just keep going on the other ones. That's how I have so many books that I've like soft DNF'd just
Hmm.
over and over and over again.
Well, I
Um,
mean, I have the reverse problem, which is I still stick to a book, even like series in, even if I'm not enjoying myself, right?
yeah.
There should be a middle ground, but I don't know where it is, right? Uh,
Maybe we'll find it one day.
one day, one day. Maybe
On
we
that,
can, learn from each other and be a little bit better, right?
well, I feel like I tell you to I feel like you've been telling me to DNF a lot, which is
Yeah.
like,
Which is funny.
you know, interesting. I tell you to DNF all the time, but I don't think you take my advice.
Marie is correct. I mean, I think Angela is a mood reader, and in some ways, me too. But for me, instead of DNFing, I will just still keep it on my shelves for like weeks or months, and then pick it up again. But for me, it's not the same as like DNFing. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Sometimes.
It sounds like you just like soft DNF without calling it that. Um,
Yes. Yeah, because I rarely sub DNF actually. I have maybe 2, 3 books that I've really sub DNF'd and left, and it's been a few months, so now I can say that it's a DNF. But otherwise, it's more like I pick it up and then I leave it for a week or two, and then I pick it up again. But I don't call it that because it's in my mind. It's not that, right. It's
Well,
not.
I accumulate books on my currently reading on Storygraph, and then every month or so I go through and get rid of like 10 of them, like DNF, DNF, DNF,
Yeah,
DNF.
yeah, yeah.
I'm not. Let's be honest, I'm not reading them.
But also, I fully
So what you pick?
support it, Maria. Great logic. Just add a third book and let us know when you've chosen or if you need to choose. If you need more help.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to look at the length of the next short story I have to listen to, if that's okay.
Perfect. That sounds
Um,
good.
the next short story I have to listen to is 86 minutes long. And if I
Oh,
listen to it at 2 times speed, I
okay.
think that um, like 45 minutes would be a perfect amount of time for me to read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Cool. So then that'll give me a reason to like push through it. Because if I can just listen to it, then awesome. I might disappear at some point because
That's
I
okay.
might, if I get bored with the short story, I might work on my work on my spreadsheet. Clementine inspired me to add all of my series to a spreadsheet, and
Yep.
I am at 150, and I am still not done. Oh, I need to plug in my computer also. I just realized that I plugged my computer in, and I was like, oh, it's charging. It's not charging. So
Yeah.
fun.
Sounds like you have a lot of things to do. That's fine. I'm here. So
Yeah.
we can.
All right, y'all. Timer is shared. 45 minutes. Happy reading. Good luck.
Good luck. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
How much did you read? Let us know.
Yes, let us know your progress. So I finished that short story, and I just don't think it was. I just don't. I just don't think it was good. I couldn't get into
Oh,
it. I was like totally zoned out the whole time.
yeah.
It like just.
Well,
I
then,
mean, I understood the basic plot, I guess, but like
got it.
only vaguely. Um, I
Well, then,
added like 15 more series to my series tracker, so that's good. Um,
I mean,
slowly but surely.
I would tell yourself, like, then you have how many left to read?
I have
Three?
3 left, and I already started the next one, and it's already great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Because otherwise, I was going to tell you, if they're all like this, then just tell yourself that you read one every day, and otherwise, you read after that, right?
No, the next one's already very good, so I don't need to stress.
That's good.
Um,
That's good. So I read 50 pages, so I'm making good progress. Um,
Exciting. And Michelle is here. Hi, Michelle. Welcome
ooh, hi,
back.
Michelle.
The Green Mile today, and an hour into 11:22:63. Excited.
How
Michelle, don't tell me anything about 11:22:63. You can tell me if you like it or not, but I want to go in pretty blind.
I do just want to know how long is that audiobook? Because because I've seen like how thick it is, right? And I'm a little, I'm just curious to know
No, I am
how,
sure
because
that
like
the audiobook is very lengthy.
when you say you're like an hour into it, like how big? Right?
What's the proportion there? 2%?
Yeah, 2%. Oh, Scorpio, nice. Um,
Ooh.
30 pages, enjoying the story about a loner who finally manages to develop a new friendship in quotation marks. Okay, is it romantic kind of a little bit, maybe? Maria, I had to take some more calls during that one. Oh, boo, work. 3 14 hours. Okay.
No, the that's the first one that she was
Oh, the
talking
first
about. So
one,
the
yeah.
Green Mile is 14
Yeah,
hours. That's
because
when
that
she
was like
finished.
TGM, the Green Mile. 30 hours, yeah, yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
It's actually not quite as long as I thought it was. Um, and I
Yeah.
thought it was a little bit longer. But yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's not a tall kind of paperback too, right? So in terms of words on a page, it's probably
It's
less
definitely
romantic.
printed to be a brick, right? Just like
Yeah.
Prior to the Orange Tree is always printed to be a brick, right? Like there are these big standalones that are like, staples of the genre.
Well,
And
also,
yeah,
what bugs me a little bit with Priory of the Orange Tree is that they made the margins unnecessarily large, and the book actually, if you look at like the time of the audiobook, it's less than the 11:22:63, right? It's like 25, 28-ish hours, right? But it's unnecessarily big because they print it on paper that's not super
really
thin,
thick.
and
Yeah,
they also make the margins really big. So they could have made it into easily like 100 pages less by
right.
just, like, I think. But just saying.
Oh, Mr. Atlas is being his wiggly self all over the place. What do you want? How can I help you?
Yeah, exactly. Maria, you're totally right. It's
Oh,
crazy big and it's an actually average size book. I do think though that the tall paperback version is really suited because I love the cover and I think like the size of it is really nice.
the cover is very pretty.
But it
It,
doesn't
it
have
looks
to
like a
be
very
thick.
satisfying book to read. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to be thick. That's the
I
I
think that's almost a marketing thing.
Yeah, it's a marketing. Oh, 849 pages. Yep. Oh, it appears to be a one-sided romantic relationship. He's enamored with the young woman, and quick love. I hope I don't end up sobbing. Oh yeah, I mean Dostoevsky though they're usually not very happy. So yeah, I'm hoping it's not too sobby, even if it's not super happy or something.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree. I read Crime and Punishment in high school, and I thought it was fine. I liked it more than most of my classmates did, which is good. I still own a copy.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I would read Dostoevsky for fun, personally.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do have a copy because I saw I think it's is it Books with Meg so the Books with Mel she's on YouTube she's she read the Crime and Punishment, and she was talking about how I don't know how old that translation is, but it's like really experts on Dostoevsky, and they always say that these are the best translations ever in English. So I got these ones because I do want to try Crime and Punishment,
Mm-hmm.
because I never read Dostoevsky before. So I was like, great, this is probably the best way to get into it if I have a good translation, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't know when I'm gonna read it because it's huge show and I'm not in classics mood right now, I feel like.
No,
Uh,
I am not in a super big classics mood either at all.
yeah.
It's a mess. Do you want to see my in progress spreadsheet?
Sure. And I mean I we can see your spreadsheet and maybe in the next break we can see mine. It's
Sure.
it's it's small. It's not too big, I promise.
Mine is too big. No
Uh-huh.
one's should be as big as mine is. Okay. I'm having trouble. Okay, here. I'm gonna change the sharing permission so that I can share it with myself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then open it here. So I won't be able to change anything on it or like edit it at all. You'll just be able
Sure.
to see the base of it while I'm
Yeah.
sharing it, just because of which screen I'm on. Um,
Maria said that college beat the classics mood out of me. I mean, for me, it's not college because in
there.
college by then I was doing a physics major, so I was not really reading any more literature or anything. But definitely like high school, because by high school in France we were really analytical into
Hmm.
this. So yeah.
So here's the whoopsies. Just a minute. I need to get you back. Okay. My formatting right now is not stellar, but this is the spreadsheet. Here's the beginning. So
Okay.
basically, I decided this is the information that is important to me that
Yeah.
I decided to start tracking. I might add more information later, but that'll be like easier for me to do. So right now,
Mhm.
I'm just recording the series, the author, not the date that it was published, but the date that I read it. So the last date that I've read a book from this series.
Mm,
Um,
I see.
whether the series is finished being written or not, um,
Mm,
whether I am done reading it. Like, so complete means I've read all of the books in the series, I'm done. Incomplete means there's still ones I want to read. DNF means I don't want to read any
got
more
it.
of them. And then rating the series as a whole.
Uh-huh.
And then the entries. Green means I've read them. Yellow means I want to read them. Gray means I'm uninterested. Red means I DNF'd the book.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, yeah.
yep. So I've just been recording all of them, and there are so many. But I need to do some like reading and research. But I think I should be able to, based on what's in like the reading status and the series status columns, I think I should be able to make like sub sheets, additional sheets on here that is just like, just the complete series,
Yeah.
or just my ones that
Sorry.
are incomplete for me that I want to catch up on, that sort of thing.
That's
So,
mine. Wait, what? Okay, I'm so sorry.
we good?
Yeah, I don't know why it put mine and then because I was trying to not put it in the stuff, but now it's
Um,
not presenting yours anymore. I
okay,
don't know
that's
what
okay. I can add it back.
I think we
No
we
worries.
can't. I don't know what I did. I
Yeah,
probably did something weird, but like
it's okay. Graphs. So, Michelle, I think this is probably not the source of graphs, to be honest. I could maybe make a graph that's like a pie chart of how many series I have complete versus incomplete versus like DNF'd, right? I could probably make that chart. Uh,
That's what I did. That's what I did as more like a second page to have a just a stats kind of thing, because I do want to know, like, in terms of percentage, how many I still have like ongoing that I'm not caught up on, or that I did not DNF or anything like that, right?
yeah. Well, a fun challenge, kind of similar to like wrapping the books, might be giving you this spreadsheet and letting you pick some of my
Ooh.
incomplete series
Yeah.
for me to like start chipping away on. Maybe
Uh-huh.
making like a little mystery jar
Yeah.
or a
No.
mystery list or something. That would be
Yeah.
kind of fun.
Um, let me
So that's
show
the
mine.
progress.
Let me show mine somehow. I don't. I'm sorry for the trouble that it did, because I didn't realize that it would.
It is all
Okay.
good. No
Do you
stress.
see it? Yes, you do. So it looks really similar to you, right?
Mhm.
But I did try, of course, like when I put like I did put like the author series name, then I put like the date started and finished, if it like a series I DNF'd or that I finished, right? And that it's not, it doesn't have any, books, more books and series.
Mhm.
I did put like a number of books read and number of books total in the series. And in terms of status, I didn't put the series status, I just put my status with the series. Because like I really wanted to have a sort of color scheme, so it's automatically putting in gray if I DNF'd it, so you can see that I DNF'd a lot of series. uh in blue are the ones I'm caught up on, and the green ones are the ones I've completely finished, right? And they're finished, at least so far, for the author. I don't know that there are any more books that would come out. And in white are the only ones I'm still working on, essentially, right? And the one I'm really happy about is this kind of progress bar here that you have with the different color scheme. So I can see how many books I would still have to read, right? So of course, as you go, like, this is like this year, essentially.
Mhm.
Um, and like the second part that you can see about here, so let me just scroll up there, is like the names of the books and how many books there are in the series, right? And I did put a sort of color scheme, so you can see this kind of sort of rainbow scheme, because I did want to track like quickly if I'd read something. So you can see, for example, this second line with the series, there's this like red and then this blue one, is because it took me like 4 years to actually make a dent and read the second one, right? So I think in that way, it does make me a little bit more conscious of how long it's been since I read a book. And you can see how it evolves, with the different like years, and this blue here is like the last this past year. Of course, also I don't have a lot like of series like that I have before like 2019. I don't really have any data or anything like that, right? So it's just what it is. But like also the last thing I wanted to show, because I know it's a little bit small, but in terms of statistics, that's the one I like to have like a sort of overview of things, right? And I think I'm pretty happy with what I have, because like right now so far I only have like 34 that I consider being like incomplete series. So it's like 24%, and it
Mhm.
seems manageable at this time. But also I've started a lot of series this year and not finished a lot. But like, and I have another 28 that I'm caught up on. So I do like this pie chart. It does help me, see a little bit more. And I do like the sort of rainbow color scheme a lot, because it does stop me whenever there's an issue or anything like that. But anyway.
Fun.
Ooh, yes. I mean, same for me, Maria. I have like spreadsheets for also like there's the reading year and everything. I use the ones from G at Book Roast, right? Because I do like her rating system, and I think it's really easy to use. Because it does all the statistics, even if I don't track everything, right, for me. But and I do have this series tracker that I like, and I started to have also like list of all the books I own, right, physically or audio or stuff too. And I think that one also is good. It's been keeping me on track this year and trying to, haul less books than I actually read. And, like especially like reduce the number of physical books that I own. So I think I like, yeah. And I'm addicted to the spreadsheets. I agree, but they are beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Scorpio, for all your things. And I love your spreadsheet, Angela. It looks nice.
Oh,
Uh,
thank you.
I think it's nice that you have it's interesting that you have the series rating in there. I don't think it's something that I really care about because I think mostly the series I've been putting so far are ones that I really felt strongly about in some ways. I haven't decided too much right now what I'm gonna do, but I might also remove some of them, after a year or two or something, especially if it's a series that I really have no intention in continuing, like that I DNF completely, or ones, for example, that I did not make it through the first book, I probably would want to remove it, right?
Yeah.
I think it's
I
more.
didn't include any that I didn't make it through the first book on.
Yeah, I think I should remove them, but I think so far I put all of them for the year, and I think my plan is to maybe do like a sort of cleanup at the end of each year or something like that. I think
Makes
it's a
sense.
good plan. But
Yeah, the way that I made my decisions on what belongs on the spreadsheet was when I read the book, did I know it was part of a series? Because
mm,
there were some books that were just like first books, whatever, floating around in 2018
yeah,
that I read. And then, like, all of a sudden in like 2023, it gets a
I know.
sequel. And I'm sorry, I just like that doesn't count as me like having committed to a series, right? That's
I mean,
not doesn't
unless
count. So
it's really you love the
unless I
book.
wanted to read it, right?
Yeah.
Like what I'm talking about are the ones that I did not want to
Yeah,
to
no,
continue
no.
reading. So
Unless
I
you
have
love
not
the book,
included
there's
those.
no way you put it in there.
But the reason why my spreadsheet is so huge is because I'm including everything else. Like
Mm,
everything that I read while knowing that it was part of a series,
yeah.
that I have data on. Um,
Yeah, that's what I did too so far for the four, but I only have 4 year statistics, right, so far, really. For the year previous, I just kept like the series I was still like really reading a lot, but like before 2020, I had a few years where I really didn't read a lot, so um and I didn't even put like a couple of series that I read during that time that because I have no intention of continuing or anything like that. So I already did, in my head some math and everything, and I didn't put any of the series for that.
yeah.
So like so
Right now
I should
I'm
do
halfway
some
through
cleanup at some point.
2020. Or maybe I'm halfway. Yeah, I'm halfway through 2020 right
Hmm.
now.
Okay.
I do, however, think that like the further I go, the fewer new series I'm finding, right? Because I'm like continuing to read series that I'd already started. So, like
I don't
when I was
know.
doing 2019 and before, it was like every single book had to be a new line on the spreadsheet, and it was
I mean,
so obnoxious, right? And now it's like maybe every third book needs to be a new line on the spreadsheet, which is nicer.
I mean, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. Uh, oh, that's a good point. Separate cheese per year or all series you've read together. For me, it's all the series I've ever read. Although I didn't put anything, pre 2020, I put like 2 or 3 series. That's it, right? Um, but otherwise, it's all the other series I've read. Although I don't think it's completely correct because I think I missed like one or two maybe, but like I so far I put all of them in one spreadsheet. And I think that's what I want to do continuing on because I do want to I try to put them also chronologically in the order that I started. Because like I do want to do that with
Yeah,
it.
Michelle has a good point here. And this is probably what I'm going to end up doing. After I finish my spreadsheet, I'll
Mhm.
probably end up filtering by year, most recent at the top. And then I'll probably make I think the tab I'm going to use the most is
Mhm.
the incomplete series that I'm caught up on tab, just to know which authors I need to be going and checking on their like social media and stuff to make sure that I catch the next book that comes out in the series. And
Mm.
then the, like a tab that I'll make that's the series that are completed, like they're finished being written, but I have not finished reading them yet, kind of as a TBR tool. But yeah.
I think at my stage, since I have like around 60 series right now that I'm actively or like either caught up on or that I need to continue, it doesn't feel super overwhelming. So it doesn't feel like I need to filter or do anything like that. But I don't know, right? So it will probably evolve, right? And ask me again to see the spreadsheet in 5 years. It will probably have evolved, right?
Yeah, once I finish inputting all of my data, then I'll decide whether I need to like do a mass deletion. Yeah.
Also, I think filtering by year is a good point because you can also like imagine like filtering by your earlier years. That way you can see in those series, do you have any attention? Do you do like a little bit of a catch up at some point and tell yourself, like in a year or two, like what do you want to do with this or
I
whatever,
could find
right?
that I think that would be a super fun reading challenge for me for next year, picking like the oldest 6 series on my TBR and like trying to make progress or DNF those 6. I think that would be kind of fun.
Or like you take like you could also imagine like take random just a random number generator also and just a little bit of read it or DNF it or something to just figure it out, because like there's a lot of them where I'm like, no, not right now, but also sometimes I need a little bit of a push even if I'm a mood reader to tell myself, because it's most likely also for some of them that I'm like, I'm actually not sure if I DNF or not, right? So it's not that you're not in the
I'm
mood.
pretty brutal with my series DNFing. The 2 things that I'm considering adding to my spreadsheet after I get all my data in is a little drop down for genre. And because I think the genre stats on just like, what is my proportion of like romance series versus fantasy series versus whatever else. I think that would be interesting to know. The other thing is the need to reread button. I just need like a little checkbox that is like need to reread the previous books before I continue. Because I was going through and I was like, oh, I read that book, but I need to like it's green on here, but it really should be yellow because I need to reread it before I do anything else. So I think that would be an interesting checkbox, and those would be fun, like randomly, reread one of the series that I want to go back through and do. But, well, we have been chatting for quite some time. Should we sprint?
We should.
Let me see how much longer I have in my current short story. So this is funny.
That's great. That way I don't have to tell you. I don't care how long we sprint for.
86 minutes, which is exactly the same amount of time that I had left.
Okay.
So that's really funny. So 40, 45 again, I guess.
Yeah, that works. Maria says also that the need to reread is stalled on quite a few series. I agree. There's some series also that I'm like, I really should continue, but also I don't think I remember enough from the first book, and I don't want to reread the first book.
That's fair. I find, for most of those series, I just end up like saying I'm gonna DNF them, and like fine, I don't care enough to reread. It's fine.
So I have this one series, right? I read the first book. I gave it 5 stars, but I read it 2 years ago, right? So I don't feel like I should DNF it because I'm pretty sure I should like the second book, right? But I don't know enough, and I know there was a lot of plot and a lot of people. So
you need the cliff notes. You need the
I should find a cliff notes or a book review with spoilers, honestly. I have 2 minutes left. Oh no!
Should we crank it up to 52?
We should. Or 55, like Michelle says, or something.
Before I lose it, Clementine, one thing we could consider doing is if there's a book that I want to read that you have already read and forgotten, or the other way around, we could read it and then do a live show where we just tell everything that happens.
Yes.
And then fixed. So we need to identify what these books are that we have this problem with, and then we can fix it for each other. We can help each other out.
That's a great plan, actually. I completely, yeah.
Awesome. So we said, do we want to do 55 or 52?
Well, let's do 55, right? To give
Give us
Scorpio a little bit of wiggle room, right? And yeah, I mean, I'm totally okay, Angela, also with trying those thing out, because I'm sure there's some series that you need to have a little bit of refresh, and I would be okay trying it out, right?
Sure. Yeah, we'll dive into each other's spreadsheets. I'll add my need to reread box.
Maria
Yeah.
is giving a list of books, and actually, I mean,
Actually, Age of Myth is on, well, Age of Myth I eventually want to read, but isn't that like a a prequel series? I want to read the original. I want to
it
read them in
is a
publication order.
prequel series, but also I don't think you need to read other books before, so I don't think
I
I would
want to
care
read.
too much personally. Also, like, anything that Maria has read and considers good enough to get to the sequel, we usually really are the same in terms of books.
Cool. Yeah. All
So
right.
I will put it in a notes kind of section, and put those books already, because that's possible. I don't know when they would be read, but like
Maybe. Maybe.
maybe. Very
All
possible.
righty. Good luck. Happy reading. All that
Happy
jazz.
reading.
Hello.
Sorry. Hello. Hello.
No worries.
I was in the middle of a chapter that's very interesting. So, I
Well, I'm
read
glad it's interesting. That's good.
60 pages. Well, I mean, I gave the first book I think a 4.5 stars, so I really loved it. But um, and I did forget a few things in like the 6 months that I read it, a little bit of details, but not enough that it hindered me for sure when I read. Like I remember stuff, but we learned a lot of things. So. Anyway, how what did you read? How much?
So I finished the short story that I had started that was really good. It was it has the basic structure. Really, it's Pride and Prejudice, but with dragons during the Napoleonic Wars. So it was great.
Mm,
It was fun. I had a wonderful time. It was a
okay.
great 45 minutes of my life. And then I started the next short story, which is pretty short. Um, so like I'll finish that one in like the first 15 minutes of if we do another sprint, our next sprint. And then the last short story is really more of a novella. It's like 2 hours in the audiobook. So
Oh, okay.
that'll
Okay.
that'll be longer.
Yeah,
I'm almost done. I'm very close to being done. And I only have one more to start, which is the hardest part. So
that's good. That's good. I am happy because I'm like 30% in, so I am making good progress. Um,
yay.
I am happy that the audiobook is for free on Kindle Unlimited too. I think it's really nice to have that. Well, I mean for free, of course. You need to have Kindle Unlimited, but like it's no, sorry, it's an Audible Plus. Sorry, not Kindle Unlimited.
Oh,
Audible Plus thing.
gotcha.
Um, which is
Ooh, Maria, this is
ooh
exciting. Maria, you've got to tell
ooh.
us what your TBR is.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta tell
awesome.
us. I actually, for once, haven't made any plans for November because what I want to do is actually use and randomly choose the books from the books I own. And instead of like, having a set TBR just randomly every time I finish something. So I already have some out that are here, right, that I already picked from before. Like Maria last time wanted me, like I think it's 2 3 weeks ago, right, that in the end I didn't choose the Obsidian Tower, but she wanted me to read that one, so I do want to read that one. So it's one of the first ones that's on the docket, but after that, after I read the 2 3 books in there, I can pick some books randomly. So
Yeah.
that's very scary but also very interesting, I think. To force myself to read only like physical books and well, no, not physical books but books I own, right.
Yes. Michelle read 7% of Breaking Dawn and hung out with her cat. So,
Oh,
success.
success.
Success. Yes, I am excited that I'm almost through with Very Deep. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to go after that.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, I often fall asleep listening to an audiobook. And
Yeah.
usually that's fine. I'll just like scroll back the next day, figure out where I was. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
I cannot do that with mystery novels. And the two other books that I have started are both mysteries. It just doesn't make sense to
Oh,
do it with mysteries, right? You're going to spoil yourself. It's real bad.
yeah.
So, and also, I just don't have the brain power for a mystery late at night. So, what
Mm.
I really need is to figure out what I'm going to read after Buried Deep that is not a mystery novel. Um, so, that's my current struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Here it is. Okay. New Christopher Broadbent, Mary E. Pearson. I only have one anticipated read for November, and
Well,
yeah,
I
it's
have the one. I have the two from October, which is the Sword Cross that I will start today, tomorrow, and Somewhere Beyond the Sea that I do want to read, but I'm hoping to read sometime this week, or before the end of the month for sure. But yes, we will do a buddy read next month, Maria, like we we're planning.
And also, yay!
Yay! Nice
Celebration.
Scorpio.
Imagine that there's confetti.
Yes.
I really feel like it should be possible for us to make confetti happen. But yeah, congratulations, Scorpio. That's awesome. Oh, goodness gracious. I yeah, I wish that I do still have the undermining of Twilight and Frank,
Mm.
but I haven't really started it, and it's due in 4 days. So I'm thinking to myself, I can do it in 4 days.
Yeah.
I could listen to it in 4 days.
Oh, I listened to that one in 2 days, so you can definitely do that in 4 days.
If I decided I liked it, then I could listen to it very quickly. I just have to sit down and read it. We'll see if I end up doing it or if I end up getting something else.
Got it. But yeah, you're right. Maybe not a mystery, or even like a thriller. Also, I think because those are for like. Also, some of the thrillers have like so many twists, right? The newer ones that I cannot even imagine having like a 30-minute nap and then you wake up. In what kind of world you end up?
No idea. Yeah, it's really like it's purely a brain power thing too. Like I like to like actually follow along and know what's going on.
Yeah.
And if you like just stop paying attention for a couple of minutes in an Agatha Christie, you like miss 3 new characters and 7 clues, and you're like, "What's happened?"
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. Alas.
Well, I mean, in this book I'm reading, also it's the same. You don't read for a minute or two, or you zone out, and then somebody gets attacked, and there's blood everywhere. Like just because she's a human against like with vampires, so it's bad when she bleeds. you know. I don't know what to talk about because I think we exhausted everything last sprint.
We did talk about a lot. This is true.
Yes.
We've
Yeah.
already done a lot of talking, which I think is fair.
Oh, we did want to talk, I think, again about our idea of a buddy read. Because I think we wanted to see with you guys, because we were putting the idea out there of reading a mystery novel during sprints, right? Sometime in November, early November, I think, was the idea. And we were thinking of A Quiet Life in the Country by T.A. Kinsley, something like this. The initial, I'm not too sure. But I think we wanted to check in with you guys that were here today in the comment section if you had any other kind of ideas. Otherwise, if you had like researched a little bit or anything and had like a strong opinion on another book. I honestly don't really have any because I don't read a lot of mysteries, so I'm okay with this one.
Yeah.
Early would be good. Middle of the month it was I have most releases scheduled. Yeah, I think anyway that's our plan that we were thinking of so far. I think
we could, or I don't know what people are doing Halloween night. We could, if we sprint next Thursday, we could just start it next Thursday. No?
I don't think we can because we have the free version of StreamYard, and it was telling us that we don't have a lot of hours left for free for a month.
Oh, we're fine on that. We're not going to hit that limit yet. And we.
But next Thursday, I don't know when it's.
It doesn't kick you off midstream. So as long as we're below when we start, we're fine.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay, so
Yep.
we are good then.
Yep.
We are good trying out.
If we wanted to, we could start on the 31st. Or if we're going to say, you know what, Halloween's kind of wild, let's start on November 7th. We could start on the 7th. The idea is that we would start it together on sprints on the 7th and then end it together on sprints on the 14th. And it is the reason why I think this book is a really good choice is because it's relatively short.
Yep.
It's available on Kindle Unlimited, which most of us have, both as an ebook and as an audio.
Yes.
And
Also on Everend if you don't have Kindle Unlimited, but you have Everend. So.
And it's the first book in a series. It's not like later in a series or anything crazy. So it feels to me like a good choice.
Yeah.
Maybe with the understanding that, okay, we're checking cozy mystery off of the genre list, and maybe we'll explore some different genres in the future. Cool. Scorpio says next Thursday works for her.
And Maria is saying that she has no clue about what cozy mysteries are, but she's in. Thank you.
Okay. Halloween
at 7th. Yeah. No, I think that's a good plan actually, because that way also it makes us finish, early in the month. Because I think it's a good plan.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fabulous plan. Yes. Yay. I love a good plan. So exciting. Atlas is just staring at me. He wants me to take him outside. So whenever we do another sprint, I will take him on a little walk.
Oh. Yes. That is cute.
Yes. He's himself. Totally himself. Oh, I can tell you about the next embroidery project I'm thinking about doing.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can actually maybe show in. No, I don't have it downloaded on this computer. So I have a friend who has a birthday, and we're celebrating on Sunday. So oh, by the way, I think I have plans on Sunday now, but we'll be celebrating on Sunday, and so I'm gonna make him a bookmark. I'm gonna embroider it, and it's a D20 with a little like scroll with a font on it, and on one side it's going to say "The dice giveth," and on the other side it's going to say "The dice taketh away."
I love D&D.
And he's a librarian, so it's Brett's birthday, so it'll be a little bookmark for him, which I think is cute. If I can get myself, Atlas, do you want to come up or not? No? Okay. If I can get myself together enough to like actually finish it, then awesome. And if I can't, then we'll get a book or something.
Got
it. Thanks, Maria. I was thinking about it. I was like, what should I give Brett? And I was like, I think a bookmark would be fun. And I looked it up, and there were a whole bunch of like cute little tutorials. I think it should be really good. I'll embroider both sides separately on thin sheets of cloth, and then sew a like thin piece of cardstock or cardboard.
Yeah,
in between the.
That's what I wanted to show you, because I have a friend of my dad, that's in France, and she loves doing some embroidery and other kind of stuff. So she made those bookmarks.
Ooh, very nice.
Right, and like this is a simple one with my initial on there.
There you go.
Like this. Yep. Right. And she made also like a little kind of pouch like this, right? Like this. So it's really cute.
That is very cute.
So yeah. I just think they are a little bit big in terms. It's really good for like the long hardcover books, because you see this is like the length for a hardcover kind of books. I think also the cardstock might be just a little bit too thick. But otherwise they're really nice. So.
Yes.
So I think it's a fabulous idea.
Thank you. Yeah, it'll really just be, I have this problem where I don't think about projects until like right before I need to have them done.
I think that happens to all of us, right? Because I always, every year, for example, I have my friends in California, right? I want to make like a sort of, crochet kind of, bear, or something. And I'm like, their birthday is like in 2 weeks.
I can definitely do it in 2 weeks, no problem. Honestly, if it were 2 weeks, I'd be like, oh yeah, I can get this done for Brett, no problem. It'll be fine. But
Yeah.
less than a week, and I don't
know,
have
but like
materials
when I
yet,
say
is what's
2 weeks, bear in mind you have to send it, ship it after, right? So when you say 2 weeks before the birthday, it's essentially like just a week, right? So yeah. Which does remind me, I have my friend's son's birthday in 2 weeks, so I do
Oh,
gotta figure out what I get.
now's
him.
the time.
So if you guys have any ideas, he's
I often
turning.
give kids books. Books are the
Well,
gift.
also, yes, I think I should actually ask you because he is just starting first grade this year.
Ooh, he's just starting first grade.
Yeah,
That's
so it is
exciting.
exciting because I really wanted actually to get him a book, but like also it cannot be any like very popular or something books because their parents are buying him books for
Like a
sure.
ton of books.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got to have something like unique but high quality.
Yeah.
Is what I'm hearing. Awesome. Have you heard of the leaf? Oh.
So Michelle, that is a great idea, except I already gifted him the Little Prince when he actually was born. That's what, because like she actually wanted for like a sort of, you know, the very first, like for the birth and everything, she wanted people to, instead of buying a lot of clothes, buying books, because she already had a lot of clothes for him. So she was like, I love the idea of, you know, having a library of everyone's kind of favorite children's, you know, kids books, right? So you know.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Just a minute. Alrighty, have you heard of
Christmasing after writing that mess? that's some. Ooh, the leaf
thief is super cute.
Okay.
It's perfect for that age group. Oh no, sorry. Weirdness is happening. There we go. So it's perfect for that age group. It's about this squirrel, and he gets super upset because someone is taking all of the leaves from his trees. And it's like, what's happening? Where are the leaves going?
Okay.
Right? And of course, he's like, the mouse is taking the leaves. And there's a little bird who's helping him out. And the bird's like, no, squirrel, no one is taking your leaves. And he's like, but they're gone. Where did they go? And of course, it ends up that the leaf thief is the wind, right? The wind has stolen his leaves. And then the end is so cute. At the end, okay, I don't need to be sharing anymore. But at the end, he gets really upset because he comes out one day and he goes, he sees there's snow everywhere, and he goes, who's stolen the grass?
So the pout fish, I have seen it in the list of books that he had for sure. So
pout fish is also a little bit strange. Usually I'm like, oh yay, the pout fish, and then every once in a while I read the pout fish and I'm like, oh, why are we? Why?
Yeah.
I don't love the pout fish.
I have heard of this one. Of like the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse. I don't know if I don't know, because I'm afraid that it might be one that made a little bit too much like the shells at some point and was popular and was gifted to them or something, right? And since I don't live in California anymore, I live far away, right? I don't see them as often, so I would tell you, oh, it's very easy because when I was in California, I used to see them at least like once a month or once every 2 weeks, right? But I don't anymore, so.
If you decide you don't love the leaf thief, let me know. I can send you a couple of other options. And yes, Michelle, I love, like, it's such a cute book until he turns into a kiss fish, right? And we don't need to be kissing people if we haven't talked to them about that. And that's what the kiss fish does.
Yeah.
So.
But thank you, Maria, for the suggestion, right? And thank you, Michelle, too. I will put it in consideration, right, Maria? I might actually ask them for a couple of, to be sure if they have it or something.
Mhm.
'Cause I think it's
For
it's
sure.
interesting. And
Another. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I did want to gift him like one of those night lights because I think they're really cute. At Barnes and Noble, some of them are like a caterpillar or something with like a light on top of it or something like that. I think they're so cute.
It's very
But
cool. Scholastic also has books. They're called acorn books.
mm,
So there are acorns and branches. And acorn books they're supposed to be like beginning chapter books. So they're like super quick to read.
okay.
They are often set up kind of like graphic novels where there will be like some pictures in amongst the
Yeah.
story. Um, and those are really good for kids his age. They're also usually like pretty cheap so you could get a couple of them. They're great for
Clever.
kids his age. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question though, because I remember now that when I was a kid at his age, my
Mhm.
mom actually got me like a sort of subscription. So like every month I had a small book like this that would come in.
Mhm.
And it was so much fun because every month I had something and then I could like
Yes.
try and read it and everything. So I was wondering if there were any of those kind of subscription kind of thing.
Not that I know of, though
Okay.
I'm sure they exist.
Okay.
There are, so like Dolly Parton does a subscription type thing for children's books, like for picture books that you can sign kids up for when they're born, and they'll
Okay.
get a book every month until they're like 5, which is super
Mm.
cool. Though he's a little bit old for that.
Yeah,
However,
I'm
have
thinking
you ever
more
heard
like when they start to actually read by themselves, right? So it's
Yeah. Have you heard of Highlights Magazine?
no.
Okay, it's this magazine for kids. I read it when I was young, and
Okay.
it's about like finding missing. It'll be like there'll be like word searches in it, or like beginning little short stories that you can read, poetry from kids and poetry from different places or whatever. So when you say a subscription, like that's what comes to
Oh.
mind from my childhood. That I
Yeah.
would always look forward to my Highlights
Well, I mean,
magazine
I
coming.
had something like this also, but I remember that we didn't get it like every month or every something. We would more buy it, at the like at the store or something, and just for the summer, we would get
Mhm.
like the special edition for the summer and would make like a few like of those like kind of things, and it was
Sure.
fun because it was also like a little bit of like sprinkling of like history lessons and stuff lessons and whatever with some games in there, so it was great.
Yeah.
um the Sad Duck Lamp. Huh. Okay. Never heard of this one, but also I don't really read.
I'm sure Michelle will send you a link to it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I can find it, but thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate that for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to. The problem is that all of the ones that I would be like, buy from this author, they're all like the famous ones
Yeah.
that he's probably already read or
No, but
already had.
also since he's in first grade, it might be also that they haven't had all the famous ones, right? That you think are the famous ones yet, right? Too.
Yeah.
So it might be, like a good time to try, right? Too. Um,
Yeah.
okay, thank
Bye,
you,
Maria.
Maria.
Thanks
Bye.
for being here for a little while. We'll see you later.
I mean,
And to Maria's point, would we like to do another sprint?
yeah, I think it's time for another sprint.
It is time for another sprint. Awesome. How long would you like to do?
Maybe we should do a kind of smaller one, right?
Sure.
Just
I mean,
to
I'm fine with whatever. It's going to take me roughly 15 minutes to finish the short story I'm
Yeah, that's
currently
why
in the middle
I
of.
was saying that we could
So,
do a sort of, or should we do more 45? Because I don't know how long after that. Because I was thinking we could do like 2 sprints.
mhm.
So since with how much you have in your book, um,
Oh, like with the like the total
mhm,
amount in my book?
yeah.
So total amount in my book right now is sitting around 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm
Mm,
listening to it on 2 times speed, which
okay.
takes us to an hour and 15. So if we want to do 2 sprints that add up to an hour and 15 minutes, we could do a 45 and a 30, or a 30 and a 45 if we
I
wanted.
think it's better to try and then say like 45 for this one. That way we can see where you are and we don't have to. Because I would hate to like do like a 30-minute sprint now and like have to do 45 and you're like 5 minutes from the end or something, right?
Sure.
I would hate for that to happen. So like
Sounds good. So let's look at 45.
mhm.
Gonna take me just a minute to change the time.
Sure.
Go.
You do
Awesome
need to
sauce.
share it.
I'm gonna share it now. Alrighty.
And see you
Good
in
luck.
45.
Happy reading.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Okay, I am finishing my brew, so I will check how much I read after that. So, how about you? What did you read?
Well, I finished one story. I'm halfway through the last story, so I have an hour of the audiobook left. So that's
Okay.
30 minutes of listening. And I'm liking it. I'm liking the story that I'm currently reading. It's set in the world that her next fantasy series will be set in. So
Oh,
it's
so
like
it's a
a little
sort
bit
of.
of a sneak peek,
Hmm.
which
Mm-hmm.
is really fun. So for those of you who don't know, this is Naomi Novik, and her next series is going to be called Folly. And the story I'm currently reading is basically the premise is this world, the civilization that uh, our characters are familiar with is centered like on one continent essentially, and a bunch of like surrounding islands. Um, but then they're trying to develop a trade route that goes around the other side of the earth. So it's called the long way round. So like
Oh.
no one's ever gone, like they know that the earth that the world they're on is around because there's this tradition where people in the east will send quote messages to the dead by putting like things in the water, and then they know the currents take them all the way around to the west and they show up on the shores, so they know that there's a way around,
Oh.
but
Okay.
they're trying to do the first voyage. So it's
Interesting.
like risky and fun and interesting for sure.
I'm wondering
I
though how it
enjoyed.
will be though if she started to write like a short story in that world. If I'm assuming that she wants still her next novel to be like mostly a part that you don't need to read the thing before, but
Oh yeah,
I'm not
obviously.
sure.
No, I'm pretty sure the
Uh,
novel is going to be about like the magic or something, and this is about
yeah,
like
I
people
know.
on the ocean. So yeah, no, I'm sure that they will be in maybe even different countries, right?
Yeah,
But it's so cool to
I'm
see
just
what she's thinking
wondering
about.
how much more you would get, from like reading this little snippet in the world. Maybe it's like a little kind of Easter egg kind of
Yeah,
moment. Mm.
yeah. I think it's fun. Um, Scorpio read 35 pages. Woo!
Nice,
She
nice,
is
nice, nice.
reading. Oh,
Oops.
we keep simultaneously killing you,
Yes.
buddy. You
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh, I am reading A Very Bad Thing by J.T. Ellison. It's a thriller. See, Clementine.
Thank you, Scorpio. So I read 54 pages, which is pretty good, right? So,
Woo!
hey,
So,
I'm not halfway through yet because I'm had 250 pages, but it's a 600 page, book. So, but hey, I made progress.
you did. And you are enjoying it, which is the most important thing.
Well, actually, it's interesting because I'm enjoying it more than the first book in the series. And I know
Oh,
for a fact that most people who loved the first book, they actually liked the second. They did love the second book, but a little bit less. And I think for me, what didn't work too much is the trials kind of thing, because there's this competition, that happens in the first book, and I thought I would
mhm.
love that competition because I do like a good competition trial game kind of aspect. But somehow I wasn't like loving it completely. I don't
Yeah.
know if it's because like a wrong place, wrong time or something, maybe. But I didn't much love it as much. But this one is like much more like political and everything, and like I like also I did like the romance in the first one, right? So I do appreciate the romance kind of stuff, right? Too. So
Yeah.
it's nice, right? But yeah.
Is it the same couple or a different couple?
So it's the same couple. It's essentially I think so the third book in the series just came out, I think, or is coming out next month, I think. So the idea is that it's a long-standing series in the world, but it's duologies that follow the same couple. So this one is like the second book in with the same couple kind of stories, and then the next book is continuing. I don't know how closely it might be like a, you know, still we might have a lot of in like weaved in, with the politics and everything, but it's a different couple. I don't know which couple it is yet because I haven't looked because I don't want to like spoil myself or anything like that, right? Also, like in between those two books for the duology, there is a little novella that
Mhm.
is just this one couple, and it's really interesting because we do have them in this book. And they're like, one of them is like the advisor to the king, kind of, the military advisor. So it's really interesting, and I think it's really nice to have had this backstory. So like, yeah.
Cool.
Carissa Broadbent is really nice actually at like the world building, the fantasy, like the kind of political kind of interplay with the stuff. So I do like that a lot.
Yeah. I tried one and didn't love it. So I am not
That's fair.
inclined to try it
That's
again.
fair. It's not for everyone, right? I totally agree. I do need to also continue after that. When I finish this one, I do need to continue her other series, which is a trilogy that I started. Um, I don't know why I started those two series from the same author to say within a few months, but that's okay. We're not going to talk about that. I'm making progress on series still. That's what's important.
Yes. Yes. We are making progress. This is true. Um, do we want to do one final, like, 30-minute sprint?
Well, I mean, we only seem to have Scorpio. I don't know where Michelle went.
I think it is late. I
It
think
is getting late, but also you do have just like how much do you have left? Because it feels
it,
like stupid not to do a one last sprint to finish your book, right?
yeah, to kind of finish it out.
Yeah.
So I'm at 58 minutes on the audiobook. So it would be just about 30 minutes to listen
We
to.
should. We should, right? Last
Might
sprint,
as
30
well.
minutes.
Why not? Why not? Okay.
I mean, I guess we can ask Scorpio if she's still fine with doing one last sprint.
Well,
Otherwise,
even if Scorpio has to log off, it's okay. We will survive. All right. I am going to share the screen again, hopefully. There it goes.
great.
All right. 30 minutes. We can do it.
We
Last
can
one
do
of the
it.
night. Woohoo. Good luck.
Good
Happy
luck.
reading. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Ouch. Okay, so I read, well, 35 pages. 30 pages?
Yay.
Yeah.
And I finished.
You finished! Yay! Congratulations. So you don't have to think of, like, oh, I have to read short stories again.
No, and I really ended up liking the last story in the book, the long one. So I am excited. I am happy. Life is grand.
Nice.
Yes. And if anyone was reading with us, go ahead and let us know what your progress was in our final sprint. Oh, goodness gracious. I do want to start something tonight, but I'm not sure that I even have the brain power to start like the undermining of Twyla and Frank. I feel so totally. So I might start a reread, or I might pick up like a not fantasy romance, like a historical romance, or
Yeah, sure.
a contemporary romance. Michelle researched 8 and read 2%. Woo! Yay,
Nice.
Michelle.
Nice. That's really nice. I gotta be honest, right? I was tired also tonight, and that's why also I read this one, because that one it's really interesting, and there are politics and everything, but I feel like the world is not too much brain power in terms of understanding stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty kind of straightforward and the writing style is really easy to get through for me. So that's why I chose it also, right?
Yeah, I think 10 o'clock is just a little bit late at night for me, and I need something easy.
Yeah, it's true that the Undermining of Twilight and Frank, even though it's a sequel, the world is kind of hard to pin down, even as a sequel. So it is something that you do want to pay attention a little bit to and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my big critique of the first book, is I couldn't get a grasp on the world at all.
Oh, I still have a lot of questions, because that world is really weird in terms of, right, because it does have a sort of Western, kind of old Western style feel.
Yeah.
But also they do, especially in this second book, they talk about a few different things that seem very modern, right? And they do have some more, right? They did have some in book one, but they also have some more in book two, which makes it really like a sort of, but I think it's the author's imagination is really interesting, because it does have this sort of alternate world. What if you had this, and then you had this, and then that's what happens, and of course our world is different from what it was before, right? But like that's interesting. Hello again, Maria. Went on a long walk.
Mashed potatoes is the best food.
Fish and mashed potatoes. That sounds good. Sounds good. I'm sorry, Maria, that you are coming back as we are probably finished.
We're kind of spacey. We're about to log off.
Yeah. I probably will read for another hour, but I don't have another hour of life in me, for sure. And being coherent, to other people. That's mostly the stuff. So.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But hey, we were productive. I did make good progress in this book. I'm nearly 50% in, right? So that's really nice. Oh, thank you, Maria. Thank you. We're happy that you still that you're back with us anyway, even if it's just to say, just to talk a little bit and say goodnight.
I was looking to see if I could get I was looking at the up next suggestions from Storygraph, which is where it takes your TBR and it picks out some of them and tells you like why you should read them. And I found like a super fluffy, like supernatural romance book that I totally have the brain power for. It's like the perfect level of brain power, but I can't find it.
Oh no!
Anywhere. So I'm gonna
Is it
have
one
to
of
find
those that is really hard to get the audiobook, or it doesn't even exist because it's or
it's
not?
like not on Libby. Libby doesn't know it exists.
Mm.
So it's really the question is it's a I just found it. It's probably an Audible exclusive.
Mm. Yeah,
Alas.
there's a lot, and what makes me really mad though is that those Audible exclusive, if you get those Audible books, they usually have a good production. And if you like the narrators, they're awesome to listen to. But like the fact that it's Audible exclusive, I hate it so much, right? I don't think it's nice for anyone involved, right?
It
I
doesn't help anyone at all. Like
no.
libraries literally don't have access to your books when you have Audible exclusives. Like
Yeah,
they cannot have like not no library can have your audiobook. Um
which is
and
sad.
that in itself, like it kind of turns me off of it. And then you also add on the whole like if you're paying for Audible, like most of the Audible exclusives, some of them are included in their like Audible Plus stuff, but most of them are just regular credits that
Yeah,
you have to spend, right?
yeah, yeah.
It's yeah, I don't know. If it were just like if all of the Audible exclusives were on Audible Plus, I would probably just pay for Audible Plus and listen to all of them. But
Yep.
considering that most of them are regular credits, I don't like the system at all. It's not good for authors, it's not good for readers, it's not good for literature. It's not good.
I
I don't
don't like it either, although I do have some of them that I get. I
I'm just if I can bear to not read it, I'm just not doing it.
mhm.
I really, really like Kara Bastone. She's one of my favorite um, like contemporary romance authors who's currently writing. I really love her. And so she like every year or so writes an Audible original. Rather so it like comes out on audio first. And it's like kind of uniquely suited
Yeah.
for like a um an Audible platform. And I love them. So usually I pay for like 1 month of Audible
Mm,
to get
got it.
that like every January.
Got it. Got
And
it.
then that's cute, Scorpio.
That's okay. You were
I need
productive. You
that.
worked on her reading personal journals. Awesome. And also, yeah, it just I hate it. In some ways, right, I like the idea that because like with Amazon, right, and this huge platform, they were the ones also to put like a lot of independent books on the map, so you didn't have to traditionally publish, and you could like also have its platform, and then it was just like the ebook version and all those things, right? It made it really easy for everyone to access that, and then they did that for audio, which upped the book, the audiobook production for everything. So it did do a lot of good things, but like the price of it, of having everything be like on this platform and so exclusive and all that, I don't like it. And I'm okay with the ebooks because also in a lot of ways, right, even if you have it, you can still have the library have like the physical copy or stuff like that, right? And it doesn't I like the idea that you can have the subscription and have access to a lot of tomes, and they also reward authors for having this thing because they have like a lot of views or something like that. But I don't like the Audible part that it's just exclusive with that, and I don't get it with that. But also
Yeah,
I
if
do
it
read.
was just that, like, yeah, if it was Audible and libraries,
Yes.
for example,
Yeah,
I would kind of be okay with it.
me too.
But if it's like the Audible exclusive, absolutely excluding the
Yeah.
ability to get access to the book any other
And
way,
I would, sorry to cut
no,
you.
that's okay.
I think it would be okay if, like, let's say a little bit like for movies, right? If they had for like 6 months or for a year, they had it for Audible exclusive because it's like a new release or something. And after that, they can, like the libraries can also have it or something like that,
I would
right?
kind of be okay with that model. That
Yeah,
would be fine with me.
because you
Like
can,
an exclusive for a certain amount of time. And I'm not saying that they have to like let it be sold by their competitors, right?
yeah, no,
I'm not saying that it has to be on Libro FM or
no.
whatever. But
Hmm.
like I feel like there could be I don't know, some efforts
Yes,
here. Yeah.
yeah. I completely agree, Maria. How they ship their books is really sad. It's and I do read a lot of self-published books, and when I like them, I really want to have them sometimes physically if I really love them, right? But telling myself, even like sometimes also they're misprinted so badly. Case in point, I can actually, if I cannot grab it, but like the first book for this one, right? When I got it, it was actually printed skewed like this, so you can see on top of a cover, there's like a little kind of sliver like this, and also it was not even like bound correctly because like some of the pages actually fell out, like
Oh wow.
it was
Wild.
really bad. The problem is I didn't see it until I really read it, right? That it was that bad. So I was like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, the whole the trappings around making your book an Audible exclusive too, like the monetary incentives for authors to do that. But yeah, they're even taking older books, like older titles. So Juliette Marillier, I love her so much. I
Mm-hmm.
read her a lot when I was in high school. And she has the Seven Waters series, which is pretty popular, like was pretty popular a while ago.
Yeah.
Um, and they've been republished as audiobooks, which is amazing. Audible exclusives, all of them.
Uh,
I love Mary Robinette Cowell. She's amazing. Her whole Lady Astronaut series, Audible exclusives. So it's just like also when I'm looking at these Audible exclusive titles,
yeah.
right? There are so many of them. I'm not going to buy them all on Audible. It's just not going to happen. Even if
Mm-hmm.
I do end up being like, okay, I really want to read the Juliette Marillier trilogy, I'm going
Yeah.
to get them. Like, even if I end up doing that, I'm not going to do that for like a fluffy supernatural romance book. It's just not worth it.
No, it's not, and it's okay. Ooh, who are you talking about?
Juliette Marillier, that would be cool. I would be happy. That would be awesome.
I mean, you
Yeah,
talked about a
I still have
couple
a
of
lot
like.
of her backlist to read. Or Mary Robinette Cowell, maybe. Marillier? Ooh,
Oh.
exciting. Now I have to Google.
That's a good idea.
um, February 2025. Let's see what happens. The Amber Owl.
Huh.
Ooh, it's the start of a new series. Oh, the cover is so pretty. I love it. Just a minute. Let me share my screen, y'all.
Yeah. No.
This is exciting.
Because I have wanted to try this author. I've never read anything from them. Oh,
So
I
this
like
is
this
the Amber
cover.
Owl, which is such a pretty cover. Only she
Yeah.
can protect the forest. I love the amount of like druid craft and just like forest vibes that are in all of Juliette Marillier's books is great. Um, Stasia lives in an isolated farming village on the edge of the mysterious Hurtwood Forest with her unusual dog for company. Though thought odd by locals, she is tolerated for her rare gift with animals. Engaging with her fellow humans is difficult. With one goat herd, Lucas, who shares her love. Okay, cool. The piece of Hurtwood is shattered when a group of soldiers descends. Oh no. Under orders from the ruler of the Northlands, they are to hack a. This has like several typos, like a concerning number of
Oh,
typos, just
bad.
in the description.
Bad.
Um, like there instead of they are to hack
Oh.
a path through the forest and find the fabled treasure said to lie deep within. Under the ruling decree, Stasia's village falls into chaos. The task is clearly impossible. The forest is alive with bears and wolves, and old tales speak of evil spirits, monsters, and uncanny beings. Nothing has ever gone deep into Heartwood Forest and returned safe and well. This definitely feels like a Juliette Marillier book, for
Mich-
sure, which makes sense.
Michelle with the bad with the
Checks
with the
out.
hard questions. What kind of owl is it?
Oh, an amber owl, I presume.
I presume. Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
it'll be great, Maria. I think so I got halfway through the Seven Waters series last year. Like I read the first trilogy and I want to read what's up next on my list is the second trilogy, but all of them are Audible exclusive, so we'll see if I get there. And then she has one that's like, I can picture the cover. It's a girl with dark hair standing in front of like a blue pool of water. I want to say it's called like Dreamer's Pool or something like that. And I think that one's the next one on my list that I really want to read outside of. Yeah, I'm sorry, Michelle, that I don't know more about the owl. I have not yet read the book.
We know you
You
like
could read the
birds,
book.
Michelle.
Yeah. Cool. Well, success. I feel like we accomplished a lot tonight.
Yeah, you finished your book, and I'm nearly 50% into mine, and also Michelle was pretty successful too. Scorpio also
Yes.
completed a lot of things and read a short story and all that, so hey, we were successful.
Maria and I are on the same page. That is hilarious. So funny.
Buddy read.
We could. That would be a fun one to read on sprints.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have to be on sprints either, right? If not
right? No.
everyone
I
would
meant
read.
it would.
You
Yeah.
could do like a more kind of loose buddy read, and it would be like with our weekly sprints, you could like talk a little bit about it and your impressions.
My problem is that I read books too fast all the time. Yeah. Well, this was fun. And we will not be doing sprints on Thursday. However, we will be doing sprints on Halloween, which is the 31st, which is next Thursday. Yes. Get your cozy mystery vibes ready.
I'm thinking that we will also put it on, publish, that live sprint also a little bit earlier, so that if other people wanted to join in and everything, so that they can, see a little bit. But no, we don't, we don't expect more people, but we never know. So just so you can put it there.
Cool. All right. Good night, all.
Night, Maria. Night, Michelle. Night, Scorpio. Bye.